Good afternoon, everybody. 4 o'clock came very quickly, didn't it? We're starting a bit early today. It's the weekend. It's a little easier to do that. So let's go. We're going to be picking up with our coding project. Last time, we got a lot done, but we had an issue with our culling of objects. So we want to make sure that things that get too far away get removed. We don't need a whole bunch of extra things lingering around if the player has moved well beyond them, or they got bumped off the screen. So, far enough off the world map. A little slower here because this guy's insisting that I intensely scratch his chin. You can see him half on camera. The other one you can see is Ember. The rest of them are not visible. I don't know where they're hanging out. Well, they're sure to tell. Passing through the bed area. I mean, Mason might be sitting on the bed, but where's Sammy? And Ember's in her traditional outfit. So yeah. That's going to be our initial goal. We'll see how long that initial goal lasts, We will see. So the big blue box is the kill zone, essentially. It is supposed to remove anything that exits it, but for some reason, it's not always triggering. Look at that. Can't move the mouse much. Scratching this guy's chin. If I stop and try to touch the mouse, he's probably going to slam his head down on my hand or grab the mouse. And that's inconvenient when you're trying to type. Let's see. I'm trying to think of other things that we might do. What I want to avoid is iterating over the list of things. That seems bad. So the collision zone was something that we thought could work. Another alternative would be to have 4 collision zones that would actively check if something is colliding with them, remove it. It's a little trickier because we can't just glue them to the player. And they would have to be effectively infinitely big to be sure. So let's work ourselves a little bit here. Doesn't need to collide with walls. Yeah, let's leave that on. That might be convenient. So, the mask layers that I currently have are wall, the player, a critter, a stationary object, the bullet of a player, or the bullet of an enemy. I don't even know if I'm ever going to use enemy bullets. The type of survivor game that I prefer has no bullet hell elements. There's never a ground indicator or a projectile that you're dodging. The core gameplay element is dealing with the swarm. I find that to be more fun. The game that coined the survivors term, just like the Souls term, is vampire survivors. They do have a little bit of that, but it's very uncommon. It's not a core gameplay element, but I don't find the scenarios where it's present to be particularly compelling. The towers are random artillery barrages kind of stuff. Not really necessary. Since that map has the rising water as a zone threat. You know, he stops, guy. It'd be great. I'd love to use my right hand. So what can we do here? What can we do? Let's see. Look at our game script here. Oh, no, that's what we've got. Survival area. You can see this little Wi-Fi marker. So it's connected to this thing in the game script. On area body exited. I really wish it would. If it's going to jump to the right to follow the cursor, that's some autocorrect you got there, Kevo. Or is it that there's something wrong with the keys? But wow. I have no thoughts on parsing that. All right. Oh. Yeah. There's a lot of extra stuff in that. If my audio is scrambly, let me know. Usually I can fix it before streaming, but let's check our mixer. Seems to be okay. Okay, so we have super zoomed out mode here. See the blobs spawning. We got them spawning in big groups, so that's one of the things we were looking to do. Okay, so this pack here is not being deleted. If I run back up towards them, so we're culling some of these guys, but not all of them. All right, let's try to fix that. Is that audio better? Yeah, sometimes I can address that before the stream starts, sometimes I can't. But thank you for letting me know. I haven't found the source of that issue yet. Hopefully I found the source of the dropping audio. My mic was breaking last stream, so hopefully we don't get that. So if my audio's flaky, I'll have to remember to put a chapter mark in the stream. All right. It is a mob body. I think our problem is some of the things are managing. Let me do a quick test. Just gotta test this a moment. Okay, that should be working now. A little bit. Okay. Hey there, Michael. Welcome, welcome. We are getting back into the coding. Were you the one that asked about airplanes? Okay, so we tried this. We tried this concept of having kill zones. I'm sorry, a valid zone, and that if something left the valid zone, that it would be removed. But I ultimately don't think this is actually working. I think what we may need to do is have a big, wide kill zone. Maybe something that's like 2 screens wide on all 4 corners. Probably some overlap on them. So that we can get the diagonals. Alternately, I could have 9 kill zones. And anything that enters a kill zone gets removed. Pretty good. We're getting there, Michael. We are currently working on object culling. So we want anything that hits a particular distance away from the player to be removed so that we can conserve active memory. I don't know how much this is ultimately needed, but it is a safety net just in case. So I think kind of over here is a decent kill zone. We could even put them here. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to disconnect that. We go back into our script. We're going to comment that for now. I used to do that kind of thing in MMOs, Kebo. I would make up something that was like a secret or a special trick you could do that was obscure enough that it would sound like a special trick, and I'd usually get a couple of people to join in with me and see if I could get people to do that obscure thing for long enough. Like, I would do that with trivial things. Doing that with more significant or important things, I would say passes into the unethical territory, you know? Because as we have seen in recent years, misinformation can make people be real stupid. Hey there, cats. We are starting early if it's apparent. You're not really late. Our normal starting time is like 2.5 hours from now. So this is actually a very early start to the stream. Okay, so let's go back into... because I wanted to start early. I have the option to. So I did. Wait, I have a thought on why this might not be working. Well, 1 second. Let's... Okay. It is currently, for me, about 1:30-ish, you know? Oh, Sky and Ember are all snuggly. So what if the kill zone is not working because it's not moving? PM. Like, this area is not moving. Its collision box is, but it's not. That shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. But maybe it do. Yep. I recall having meetings with people in the UK before. It can be an issue. Because I thought it was culling properly, at least sometimes. Okay, so the kill zone should be this box here. We did see some appearing outside of it. Okay, I think that's part of the problem, is some of them are spawning outside, and if that happens while they're while I'm moving, then they will stay outside. So these couple blobs, like the lower half of that, shouldn't be removed. Okay, so the collision zone is moving properly. Here, what happens? Oh, that wasn't a proper test. That wasn't a proper test. Body exited. Yeah, I would like to see an adoption of a universal time pattern. I get that it can be, for some sometimes convenient to be able to say, hey, 1 a.m. is early. But ultimately, I think the problem is time zones. Time zones are wonky. Yeah, it's the thing that you lose from a universal time handling is that you lose the idea that, this particular time of day is probably end of a work day kind of thing. And there's value in that. The problem being that you can never really be sure what time zone somebody is in. And having some way to not only cleanly tell that, you know what? No. I think the easier thing to approach would probably be words. Would be to change the convention to have a very clear central is always this number minus that number. So you should be able to call out, I'm in, US Central and I'm in USA Pacific. And instead of saying Central and Pacific, we should be saying like, GMT minus kind of thing. And remove daylight savings time, so that we don't have to worry about that. Just speculating on a way to handle it that wouldn't, time zones that wouldn't be as opaque, and that I am free, so I'm doing it now. I have been considering starting my short form streams early, maybe having kind of a bonus short form stream during normal work hours. Since I can afford to have a single stream going during that period. Body is a node 2D. Okay, we're gonna connect. That's gonna connect to pick. None of those are actually compatible. There are some areas in the US that are also bad for internet availability. Service providers are not sufficiently encouraged to expand coverage. Hey there, Okaneki. Catbot Factory is lore related. The Catbot and the Proto-Nanotype are manufactured by Catbot Corporation, and the manufacturing center, the only place they can make them, is the Catbot Factory, and there is a reason that it is the only place they can make them, which is further lore related. And I haven't really gotten into that further lore related. Maybe there will be a reveal of that sometime in the future. It's in-game script, and the receiver method is on mob survival area body exited. Connect. Yes. The cats just reside in the Catbot Factory. Okay, so the kill zone is a 2 square area around it, so I'm going to run for this one. can see them being culled. Yep, so the whole thing is moving properly. Our problem is that some things spawn outside. So we can see these little guys because they managed to spawn and get pushed out of the box. Remember, Ollie, no self-promotion on this channel. No promotion of other streamers or yourself. I believe this is the second time I have mentioned that. Assuming I remember, there will not be a third. Okay, so we have to deal with them spawning outside of the target zone. So let's look at... no, there is a individual that is Ollie Official Lab. For all I know, they're a bot account. Alrighty then. Boop. Okay, let's see. Okay, so what we'll do, we're going to attempt a second thing. We're going to copy this object and put another one in. We're going to copy paste on the wrong keyboard. We're going to copy the mob survival area shape. And we are going to put that in. One. Messing with something. We'll have to brute force this. Oh well. Okay. So right now we're moving the mob survival area in this code. Hey there, Blueberry. There was indeed cat. Since both cats have now moved from that area, let's look for another. Normally it doesn't take that long for camera 3 to behave. All of the cats are dodging the camera. Except Sky. Tree it is. Not in text command. But I can do it manually. Okay, so what if instead of this, we're gonna do level area as a area 2D. Drew, doing well. We are trying to get the collision zone logic to work right. What I want is for the area logic to be simple. I don't want to have to create 4 big kill zones around the player and move them independently. I will if I have to. But don't make me do it, code. I want to see if by moving the parent object, I move the child object proportionally in space. Why are the cats visible? Cats are visible because cat cams are great. Good reminder. Beverage. Okay, so we're going to use mob survival area. We're going to go into the inspector, select the game object. We're going to take mob survival area, put it here, all the way down here, into comment you. Keep you around, but we're going to put that into this. I recall breaking bones before. All right, thanks for joining us, Drew. It is a memory I have. And surely, definitely, a product of the Catbot Corporation would never break the bones of a person, let alone have enemies. Don't be silly. Okay, the kill zone is outside of the red box. So what we want to see is if things only get despawned based on this area, or if it moves. So when we cross this line, the kill zone should be here. I think they are. Yeah. Our kill zone is moving, I think. Kill zone should now be here. Okay, yeah, that's working. Okay, so. Yeah, we're using a square. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter if it's a big enough circle. We could use equidistant, but as we discussed last time, this keeps it on the screen, which is fine. We talked about that last time. What I could do is have Right, rectangle. I can have 4 zones on the edge instead. Since they're moving as I want now, I can have 4 edge zones that are, bigger regions, much bigger regions. Well, really, they just need to be a screen. Like, the left edge is 3 screens tall, 1 screen wide. That kind of thing. And put them in position around this screen zone. And then remove this screen zone. Because I only have to move the parent object and all of its hitboxes move with it. So then I can say if something enters this, it is now in the screen edge zone. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no. 2, 3, 4. Hello, Ember. Hello. Ember has come to sit with me. So Ember gets back rubs. She's a little sweetheart. And she will be very upset if I stop stroking her back just so. Okay, so this is survival area shape. Left. Left, I said. Do I have to deal with simps? I don't think I have encountered anybody that I would put at that degree. Like a 5K thing? Maybe. Perhaps. Haven't really thought of it. But, it's not out of the question. I mean, my pattern of scheduling the streams properly is so hazard that I would probably have time to do it. Hey there, Sniper. Welcome. Okay. So this one is left. So I'm going to select you. I'm going to get them 4, 3. You are not named correctly. Left, right. Right now, what we're trying to do is logic for hitting the edge of the screen in our game. We're either going to make them wrap around or we're going to cull them. It's the rate at which things can start spawning in a survivors game can get enough that there might be problems because entities will be animating, and sprites are actually not inexpensive for rendering, since they represent a visual object that we have to keep track of each image file. So, rendering wise, they're not cheap. I'm just going to test something real quick to see what the dimensions or the positioning is. We're just going to do this manually for now. Blueberry. Seriously? I'm unaware of anybody that has claimed to do something like that. Okay, this is part of our problem. No, never mind. Never mind. It's the screen edge. Actually, I don't know what that blue rectangle is. Oh well. Doesn't matter. That could be the case there, Tess. I mean, they did mention cats early, which would be weird, but perhaps they have audio. Okay, how we do? We can probably just... We don't want scale. We actually have dimensions we can mess with? It's weird that we don't. Position makes sense. Position makes sense. But where's our actual dimensions, like left-right size? I thought we... okay, shape. Okay, so we want this to be triple wide. And it's currently 1920. 5760, right? Some of them, like Sammy's getting some food right now. Dishes are off camera because it's messy there. This is fair, Tess. This is fair. Custom solver bias. Weird. Okay, let's just do an experiment here. Oh. But why? Oh, I think I know why. It should be... Okay, it should be 3... No, we can do it this way. It's 3 times 3820. Oh, man. 11,460, right? Okay, we're gonna... Why you do this? It's like they're bound to each other, but why? Yeah. All right, let's make an experimental one. What what I'm hoping is that they aren't bound to each other. Okay, it's because I copied them. I think I created a link by reference unintentionally. I do not use Blender. I do not use Blender. That isn't because I never would. I just don't currently. I haven't learned to do so. Let's try this. Rename you and copy that. Left. Get in there. Make it a little bit bigger so we can track it. Grumpiest cat? Sammy and Ember can be very grumpy. I would say Sammy. Ember will will pivot right back around if you displease her. Like if I shift too much, she'll hop off my lap, but I can call her back. Sammy can get offended enough that she'll run off. But she might circle back, but it's harder. Okay, so this is 3820 by 2160. We're going to start the templates at their full size. Fat fingering here. Yeah, Sammy can be a bit angry. Hey there, Lunar. Welcome to the stream, and thanks. I appreciate it. Same thing. It's a rectangle. It is 3820 by 2160. And another. We're making a game. Well, there you go, Drew. Welcome back. Okay. So then this one is 6,480. Yeah, that's what it was. Huh. Weird. All right. Another test here. Okay. Yeah, weird. It is a little tilted. It's kind of tricky to get the cameras positioned just so. That one is actually on a tripod, elevated high into the air. Let's quickly see if we can map where these should appear. Should be 0, 0, actually. Oopsie doopsie. I mean, I get what lures folks to meme content. There is a lot of stuff that like becomes cool to watch, you know? Let's look at our transform here. Okay, it changes by screen width. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So this one should be at 0, positive 2160. And this one should be at 0, positive 3820. You are at 0, 3820. Right? Right? Yeah. I mean, ultimately, to each their own. $80. That was 11,460. Okay. Now we need the opposite on this one. As far as the linkage. No, well, it won't work like this. It won't work. It won't work properly like this. We need a collision event. No, it might. It might. This is the screen zone. So if instead of a circle, we use the edge of the screen. A little over the edge of the screen. I'm considering the spawn zone, because we'll have to adjust things in that scenario. Because we can't have them spawning in the kill zone, because there isn't a collision with kill zone. So if we look at... Okay, so they should be the bullets should get destroyed right around here. Assuming they don't hit mobs. Right, this one should get destroyed soon. Nope. Why not? Why not? They're technically active all the time, cats. I use a is it RTSP or RMSP? I can't check without changing the screens. Well, I can, but it's a hassle. But I use an internet protocol to connect to the camera. Well, no, I clearly have this hair here. Of course. That should be visually apparent. Yeah, it's built up over time. Well, we want them to be able to chase. Let's say a blob is on the screen and the player is keeping pace with them. So the blob never catches the player and the blob stays visible. We don't want it just popping out of existence, you know? I generally try to pick a word out of a name, and I mean, I could call you R. You could be like L, but R. Oh, the bullets. Yeah, bullets could have a lifespan. Right now, I'm just using the bullets as an indicator. How about fave? That falls into one of those IRL questions there, fave. Okay. Can we make it invisible? On the material. Oh, we don't want to miss that. Like I mentioned, Faith, that is an IRL question, and I have already answered that in character. And as previously indicated, if I dodge a question, don't press it. I will try to spell that out more clearly in the chat rules. Mob survival area is getting moved. While we're at it, we can call you. In general, aside from talking about the cats and potentially asking about, like, country and time zone, please don't ask IRL questions. Oh, it's on area exited. Doot-de-doo. On area entered. Connect that. We're going to put it in game. And we're going to do this as well. If this works, if it enters or leaves a kill zone, it gets removed. Okay. So again, we're looking for the bullet to go away right around here. Yep. Okay. See those things popping in and out of existence at the edge? The kill zone is too close to the top screen spawn points. Like I mentioned, a good marker for that is if it's an IRL question. It's a decent part of the reason that I'm a VTuber is I don't like being on camera or effectively being on camera. And talking about my the self off the stream breaks the fourth wall to some extent and gets into that personal information that I am obfuscating. That has been your mental state explainer. Okay, so this is generally working. Generally. Something like that, Fave. That's kind of the goal. That's kind of the goal. If I do something like this, it will usually end up being a longer stream. Now, how did we do? Ah, okay. Laura the character is okay. Yeah, Drew. Full grid-based games have a... I mean, they have their own thing. They have their own thing as far as, you know, the logic of movement and the like. It would entirely be possible to have a survivors game use a kind of a tick-based real-time movement. So maybe like, you know, every second or so you get a tick. And things can move grid squares. I will always mention it if somebody is crossing a line. As far as the game is concerned, we're still in kind of the anything goes period of development. We aren't committed to any one thing. Tick-based movement is definitely something we could do. Well, it is tick-based movement right now, but I mean tick-based grid movement is something that might happen. We don't know. But definitely the that early part. Yep, Fave. I get it. Let's see. How we do? Okay, so one of the things we're going to need to do is change the spawning logic. because some of them are being bumped into the kill zone. How long have I done game development? As far as this game, it's something like a month, little over a month. Our frequency of coding streams is increasing. People seem to enjoy them, and I enjoy them, so bonus. Otherwise, it was about like once or twice a week tops when we started, and I only really do it on stream. I have dabbled in concepts like ideas for game development in the past. I made a visual labyrinth generator in Unity that could generate a non-cyclical labyrinth. I have coded off camera extensively. You know, the engram contains such memories. Coding wise, I have years of experience. Coding streams are definitely good for chat purposes, and that's another reason that I'm slowly shifting more and more towards this kind of content. I mean, I may still play games on stream. Well, I definitely will. There will be streams like that. But I feel like shifting more towards, what would it be? Episodic content for the purpose of gaming. So people don't feel like they're missing something when it comes into like a long narrative stream. That's the idea there, cats. That's the idea. A 2.8D game? What does that entail? I know 2.5D is kind of a shorthand name for something that is technically 2D, but I'm sorry, it is visually 3D, but technically 2D. Good, Lunar. That's the kind of environment that I want to encourage. Nice, cozy, and chill. Okay. So our spawn logic uses a circle. We're going to have to change that because the top and bottom sides will appear inside the kill zone like this. So we could use a track for that. Okay. Okay, so it's still like existence in positioning is still determined on a 2D plane ultimately, but objects are rendered in a 3D plane. Well, a 3D environment now. You know, it's not a plane anymore. Okay. I know people started to make people have started to have a term, an additional term for that, like a newer term with the advent and popularity of things like Octopath Traveler, where there is a greater degree of handling for the environment while it's still maintaining the 2D art. I did not commit to singing. I said it would be a possibility in the future, but Also, as mentioned, it would be something that I would need to do a lot of practice and potentially get some coaching. Welcome back, Okaneki. Okay, how we do? Okay, let's try this. Add child. It's no 2D. There was something that was for a path. Okay, good. Generally with like, I generally will make thought sounds or just, you know, vibe out to the music. All right, where is that? Where is that hiding? Thought it would be a 2D. Okay, path 2D. And it has... Okay, so then we go into our 2D view. $14.40 should generally be good for that. So this is about $5.40. Hey there, crazy. That's about $5.40. And we don't want to get this far. Generally, things aren't going to spawn in big blobs, like large masses. I do recall you coming through stream before. The name is familiar. Okay, let's... I mean, I could do the math to make it collide with a rectangle. So right now I'm creating a rotating vector and translating that into a circle. But the problem is that if we take a circle that starts out here, it's going to come around and it's going to bump the kill zone. And that's not what we want. And to a prior point that Tacitus mentioned, some things spawning at the edge of the screen would be good. So if they come off this edge of the screen, put them over on this edge of the screen, and have them walk back in, that making it so that the number of things... I have not made a 3D game. There's a lot of extra... Actually, dealing with 3D space has a lot of extra complication to it. Things like adhering to the ground properly for animation. I haven't done 3D modeling before, so there's a lot of extra stuff that I would have to learn. It's not... I wouldn't say... It's not more challenging, there's just more to do. Will I ever do 3D? Potentially, yeah. What do you mean by 3.5D? I mean, common convention is that the fourth dimension is time-based. So you're getting into the territory of things like Phantom Brigade. Drew had mentioned that Cam would be the initials of the first three words of your name. For now, we're doing a 2D game. The future is the future and is uncertain, so you know there could be. That is a definite possibility, but we have not determined the probability. Because I think this region should be enough for spawning things. I don't foresee the need to spawn a whole bunch of them. Well, cats is easy then. And generally people will refer to the cats or where are the cats, you know, as often more clearly a collective term as opposed to a term of address. So that may help you. Okay. So we should be able to go half of half past half, if that makes sense. Yeah. I know there was an RTS that did something like that. It had a timeline in a similar fashion to 4D chess, and you could handle a similar thing with 3D. Like you say, you just need sort of a world state that you can preserve numerous times so that you can rewind back and forth. I have played chess, but I do not play chess. Okay. Okay, so we've got an idea of the position of the spawn zone. So there are two possibilities as far as edges of the spawn zone that we could do a collision with a 2D rectangle. Do we want to bother with that? We could just have a path. Let's just do a path. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Close the shape. Okay, so you... Okay, so now... Okay, here we go, here we go. So are you saying you're taking a 2D space and using layer visibility to preserve the positioning, and that you're creating multiple instances of the other objects in the 2D space? So, like, the other entities would be duplicated across your y-axis, and your player entity would travel through it? Yep. So, your world structure is 2.5D, but your play structure, like the perception of the player as far as coordinates, is 2D. Like functionally 2D. Now you could present it in 3D by, using Doom style era, like FPS view, that kind of thing, or just effectively flipping the sprites up and having a point of view. That's the goal, cats. I still intend to stop at about the same time. Okay. So math. Okay, so half of it is processing 960. So 960 puts us right about here. Then 480 should put us there. Okay, so no. It would be 1440. Why you do this to me, point structure? Ah, okay. Don't mess with me. So, I still don't understand why you're using 2.8D instead of 2.5D. If you're using, is there another artificial dimension you're using other than a alternate camera view? Generally, the laughter will come when I discover exactly what trivial thing I messed up. So 540, and then half of that is 270. So 710. That looks about right. And then the next one. So what is the difference, Drew? I'm just trying to understand. What's the in and out? What that mean? So this is 1440 negative 720. Oh. Okay. We working. So then the next one is 4720. This is down here. Then the last one is negative 1440 720. Then if we close the shape, okay, and then it has to loop around, so there needs to be an overlap. Okay. All right, we have a path 2D, and then we're going to add a resource or a child node. Okay. So then we go into the game script. Save so we don't lose stuff here. Sound. Zone. We'll call it the border zone. Oh, okay. So is this the kind of rendering that we're talking about for is this the term that people are starting to use for things like Octopath? Where we have a very 3D seeming environment while still preserving a lot of elements of the 2D aesthetic of it. You know, we're not just using like a parallax background or something. Okay, I get it now. I assert that the decision to make that the convention is not good. The same way that calling Vampire Survivors Bullet Heaven is not great. Because with Bullet Hell, you already, when you are introduced to the term, you already need that described to you. At least it's a straightforward decision. It's not like saying Souls-like or roguelike. But then if you apply Bullet Heaven to it, to describe a bullet heaven, you generally need to describe a bullet hell. So 2.8D, at least there's a... Yeah, no, it's at least there's a way to describe it. There is a independent way to describe it. So my original criticism does not actually stand. Huh. Well, that's weird. Camera 4 has shifted a little bit. I'm sorry, camera 7. The bed cam has shifted a bit. So let's put it over there. This is part of the reason that eventually I want to replace the cameras with some PoE fixed view cameras. Because right now, camera 7, the bed camera, well, that's extra weird, actually. Second. Huh. Oh. Why you do that? Quit making me a liar, camera 7. Camera 7 was zoomed in more than it should have been. The bed cam. But I'd like to have fixed PoE cameras, that is powered over Ethernet. One, it removes the variable that is Wi-Fi. And while sometimes convenient, Wi-Fi can be a failure surface. It's the reason that you repeatedly in troubleshooting documents have, oh, have you tried, connecting it directly to your router? Not frequently, Cats. I will every now and then go and scoop the matted fluff that will gather on it, but they're generally not making a mess of the plushie. Okay, so when it enters or exits the border zone, it will cull them right now. Oh, that could be interesting. I recall I saw a platformer where there was essentially two different dimensions, and you would do that kind of thing where you would like part of the world would be shifted into another dimension, and that other dimension could have different stuff. Oh, and there was another neat one that I saw recently where you would have 2-player co-op, and each player would, from their point of view, they would spawn with a particular worldview. Like, in their world, everything is like a kind of a brutal cyborg-looking thing in a corresponding environment. They have different powers and movement that the other person with a different point of view, a different world aesthetic entirely, can't see. I mean, trying to do 1D space would be kind of, I don't know, irrelevant. Even rendering it would be kind of difficult. I mean, you could conceptualize it in a 2D space. Yeah, but you can't render a line in you can't render a line in 1D space. Oh no, a line is 2D. You have to have be able to plot 2 different points that have to be different from each other. 1D space would just be, no. Yeah, you would just have you've just got like an integer, right? One number. That really? Nah, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you would be able to render it. You would render it on a 2D space, but the idea of a line could still be, like, I don't know how you would gameplay it, but you have an interesting idea. I do have a TikTok channel. I haven't updated it in a while because it's a real hassle to post content to TikTok. Like, you're only allowed to schedule 3 days in advance, and there's an invisible, you can only schedule this many things. Whereas YouTube has no boundary for that. I can upload as much as I want and schedule it out as far as I want. Which means I have to jump through those hoops, which means I need to, spend time each night posting to TikTok. So I kind of stopped. I also tried to stream to TikTok, and it's a huge hassle to stream to TikTok from a computer. And a lot of that is TikTok's platform. That whole platform developed, like, it grew out of the concept of essentially using your phone to stream content. Like, You know, put your phone there and live stream content, and then turn it on, turn it off, edit it on the platform, and go from there. The fact that the platform blew up, like popularity-wise, and then has been trying to expand the way it works, you can see the growing pains. You can see the strain at the edges happening. They're trying, but they're also doing some stupid stuff. Like if you want to live stream TikTok from a computer, and you're using a standard tool, like an industry standard tool like OBS or Streamlabs, you can't connect those two directly. Like I can't stream from OBS to TikTok. What I would have to do, and what I did, is you use OBS virtual camera output, and then you have TikTok's really bad OBS clone, you know, we have OBS at home, and consume that virtual camera. It's a hassle. I mean, I have emotions because I have the engram of the researcher, of the lead researcher, which was consensually obtained in a non-violent, non-destructive fashion. Regular nanotypes can emulate it, but they're not really meant to be socialization entities. And catbots definitely can't. They can make facial expressions, and it's possible for you to use a speaker through them. So kind of like how Alexas work, like you can talk through them, and they can give canned responses. I don't use laptops. I find the form factor for the purposes of, you know, viewing and entering stuff cumbersome. And I understand that you can attach peripherals, but if you're reaching the point where you have to effectively have a full PC setup and dock the laptop to it, you're reaching a what was the point scenario. No, I don't use it for if I had that, it would be for the purposes of like consuming entertainment media. I have had but do not currently use things like a Surface or an iPad. Given how, if I'm out and about and I want to consume digital media, then I generally use my phone. Like, cell phones are to the point where most standard tablets are identical to them. Like, you don't really get any more processing power out of it. You can get more processing power out of a laptop, but you pay a stupid premium for that. Like, if I want to invest in a advanced hardware platform for the purposes of home use, then I'm going to use the one. I'm going to invest in the one that gives me better update capability and better value for cost. Getting the same specs on a laptop generally means that you're going to pay a lot more, and there's going to be added quality or durability concerns. Things like you have to worry about the connection of the hinges. You've got to worry about the heat in the placement of interior components way more. It's like when companies would buy the micro form factor computers. I can't remember what they were called, but it was like half the size, like half the dimensions of a standard PC. So yeah, you saved some space, but the components were all jammed in together. People still do that. That's pretty cool. I mean, you accomplished it. That is an experience that you got, and that is an accomplishment that you achieved. You did a thing. And that's good. It's kind of proof to yourself. You did it before, which means you can do it again. I have watched Lethal Company, but I have not played it. I don't move with a group that would like to play that kind of thing, really. It is one of those titles that, as far as streaming is concerned, is outside of the kind of purview that I normally do. Like, for example, I did Monster Hunter with Okami and TAS. Despite being a very intense game, I still find that game to be kind of a casual experience. Like, I find it relaxing. Was it necessarily my audience kind of thing? Not really. But it was fun. It was fun while we did it. So I'm not unhappy that we did it. Okay, we were doing a thing. Here we go. Okay. So, let's look at... Let's get an export in here. Our path follow. That is as a path follow 2D. Would I collab with Okami again? Yeah. We just have to figure out something, and Okami is going through some stuff that is making streaming less viable. So I want to give her the space to deal with anything like that, as opposed to suggesting more streaming stuff to do. You know, respect a person's private life. Okay, let's see. Spawner follow done once. X as path 2D X dot global position Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at... Okay, let's look at the documentation for a path follow 2D. I should be able to do this. Child of this node. Then we set the progress. Okay. So the little tuxedo, her name is Sammy. The black and white cat. The two tan and white cats, the bigger one is Mason, and the smaller, like, asymmetrically patterned one is Sherbet. Then the big fluffy gray and white one is Sky. His name is Sky. Then the little striped, like, dark orange and white cat is Ember. Did I get all of them? Yes. Like Ember, like a remnant of a fire kind of ember. I named her that because of the dull orange and gray. And she is the only one that I have renamed because her original name, given to her by children in a shelter, I felt was stupid. That is Mason. He is tan and white, and his patterning is pretty symmetrical. As symmetrical as a biological pattern can be. All right. Okay, so path follow 2D, its loop is active, yes. Okay, I can do a random number from 0 to 1 as a float, and that will give me a point. No worries. Okay. No, not 2D space, script for game. Rand float range 0 to 1 as floats. Returns a float. Okay, I can set it. Yeah. Okay, so now how do I get a position out of you? Oh, okay, we need an entity. Quandale, I don't. Sorry, sometimes I don't recognize some of the handles. Her name in the shelter cats was Glowstone, because the little kiddos that they had naming all the cats were really into Minecraft. So all of the names were semi-arbitrary things from Minecraft. Well, in any event, Quandale, welcome, and welcome back. Okay, so spawner path follow can set. Okay, so let's add child node. It's a node 2D, And we're going to rename it to spawn point. Mob spawn point. Okay, so we need the spawner path follow. That and get rid of that. Spawner, don't need you. What did I break? Oh, oops. Okay, we're going to keep spawner. Oh, wait. No worries. If I start coding, I might get distracted. Okay, so spawner is a global entity, but we don't need to export it. This is the mob spawner. The bullet spawner is not how it's supposed to be right now, but we'll get there. So we don't need to export spawner. Mob survival area needs to exist. Spawner path follow needs to exist. And our spawn point as a node 2D. Okay, so spawn point is not that. That. Right. Spawn. Hey there, Billy. Welcome. Position. Okay, this should work. Are going to do that. This is going to happen constantly. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I forget. I got distracted. Okay, so we changed this. We don't need angle. So what we're doing is we have set up a path, spawner path. It rotates around the screen about half a screen. I'm sorry. A quarter of the screen, of a screen, past 3/4 of a screen on the edges. So we do a full screen left and right. And then brain is failing. Yes. Okay. Let's look in 2D space. Okay. So we do a full screen out on either edge. 3/4 of that full screen is the spawn zone. We set a progress ratio on the path follower, which is a child of the path. And then we have a 2D point, an entity that represents a 2D point that is a child of the path follower, which should share the position on the path that is represented by the ratio of the progress on the path. So then we can set the spawn position of the default spawner, the mob spawner, to the position of the spawn point. Okie dokie. So then we go to our game object and we set the spawn point to you. This will totally work. Spawn points. Is the transform hiding? That's not right. That's not right at all. Hey there, JT. We broke it. I would request a little less ASCII art if you would like to be understood. Small symbols and patterns, such as your second one, are easily comprehensible as effectively text emoji. The easiest way, cats, to deal with that, as advice, is not to broach the question until you have to. If you refer to folks by their handle, you can avoid using terms that might bump into the gendering issue. And that allows everybody to be comfortable without having to worry about it. It also allows people to assert it themselves if they feel the need, which then correspondingly lets you avoid any concerns. Because then the person has told you. Yeah, but you're asking the question is what I mean, cats. You're saying, how should I address you in a gendered sense? But for example, referring to you as cats means I don't have to ask the question, and you don't have to have the question posed to you, because some people will be made uncomfortable by the act of asking the question. Right, Billy. Billy's correct. That's what I'm getting at. Is they'll tell you if it comes up. If they are made uncomfortable by a mistake, then to some extent, that's them. It's not something to be sorry for, cats. This is an advice situation. This is something that can make your interactions with new folks less awkward. And it will save you from asking the question every time you encounter a new person in chat. it's just a good pattern to think of. Okay, this inherits a node 2D. Then let's change it. Code, game code. So we don't need the node 2D spawn point, right? Now we can go into the code that is broken. Say spawner path follow dot position. Yay, that'll totally work. Yes, you are trying to be polite. You don't have to be quiet. That's not what we're getting to. It's that you don't have to ask the Mr. or Mrs. question to everyone you encounter, because I think ultimately, personally, you are potentially creating the discomfort that you're trying to avoid. Some folks are going to be happy to be have the question posed to them, and some people are probably going to feel that the question is invasive. Like, you are being too, you could be viewed as too personal. So it's safest for you, it's most convenient for you to just refer to them by name. Like, just call Billy Billy, you know? All right, Billy, thanks for joining us. This is not like a condemnation of you in any way, Cats. It's a suggestion that might make things easier when you are introducing yourself to new people in chat. Okay. Blobs are being culled by the edge of the screen. Okay. So now we're going to add so many exports. But these exports are very convenient to us. This is akin to a service-based model, where what we're doing is saying that the game script that's up to you, Cats. That is up to you. The reason we bring it up is how Billy reacted. That is a reaction that you should expect to get from some people when you ask that question. And that may save you a situation of, your own discomfort being confronted in that circumstance. And as I mentioned, me talking about it is not saying you did a bad thing. It's discussing the concept, the idea that you are broaching. Player position. Kill box too. Yeah, you don't have to apologize. No blame attaches. We learn. We learn by having conversations. I think we can expand the kill box. Okay, spawner path isn't moving. Why is spawner path not moving? Spawner path inherits from a node 2D, so I can set the position. But... oh no. Okay, no, we can do this. We can still do this. Spawner path dot. I think it's points. Dot curve dot points. Where are you hiding? I don't want to add a point. I want to be able to edit the points directly. Don't make me do this. Ah. Okay. 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 I gotta do this to me, game. Up here, move you under this. Okay. Okay, so the problem we're having is that the spawner path is not moving when its point of origin is moved. And that's because the points on the spawner path are explicitly positioned. And I can't seem to change them. I can add to them. I can remove from them. But I do not want to have to redefine the entire path every time. If I have to, I will. But I don't want to. Do I exercise? I try to. During my breaks, I haven't taken one in a bit, but during my breaks, what I will do is, I'll get up, I'll move around, stretch, that kind of thing. Maybe do a couple of quick kind of burst kind of exercises, that kind of thing. Get the fluids flowing, as it were. Nodes, copy paste. All right, then we go to the game object, put the testing spawn there. No, I do not. Looking good. Okay, that still doesn't work. Well, science was accomplished. Science was accomplished. So brute force it is. Layer points. Add that curve. Add a position. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do this, and it goes 5 times. Just south. And then we're going to look at our game in 2D here, and we're going to look at the spawn path. Okay, so this is how we have to do it. This point is player position minus 1440, minus 720, and go around the circle like that. Okay. Miss. We can do this. We can do this. It won't be that much more awkward. We are going to add the vector. All right, so what we're doing is we're reconstructing the path that the spawner will move around. Every time the player moves, we are reconstructing the path. So the first and the last nodes are the same. Then the next one moves over to 1440, so top left, top right. Then bottom right, which is that. Then bottom left is negative 1440, positive 720. I have considered using a voice changer before, but simultaneously, like just in general, I ultimately decided just to use my regular voice because then it removes the idea that I am obfuscating my voice. I already periodically get people swinging through that behave annoyingly because they assume that the avatar is female. And the avatar lacks a gender. Do. There we go. There we go. These guys should be getting eaten. Yeah. Yeah, that's working. Look at that. It's working. Hooray. Progress. It only took us like what? 2 hours? 2.5? That's not bad. That's not really that bad. Zones. So there are some schools of thought in coding that this kind of thing shouldn't be necessary. let's see. But personally, requiring people to parse through the code in order to understand your intent. Hey there, overtly. Welcome to the broadcast. How you doing? We are in the midst of coding our Survivors game. We're doing some spawning debugging here. We have basic logic for spawning many creatures at once. We don't need to be spawning 20 at a time. Sometimes when we spawn the 20, they hit the edge zone. I think it's reasonable now to try the move them to the edge of the screen. That potentially runs into near infinite loop territory, because if they're moved to the edge of the spawn zone, then we have a problem. No, broadcast, I'm just trying to use a term that, I don't know, I like to sometimes use anachronistic terms, but additionally, it has the feel of a periodic update transmission as opposed to a hey there, welcome to the stream kind of thing, which is much more of a casual entertainment kind of vibe. The lore gimmick that we're dealing with there is that the original broadcasts were for advertising purposes. Canonically, the original Catbot avatar was puppeteered by the head researcher to have corporate satisfied with the progress of the product. Yeah, covertly, I agree. There's a lot of people that have the concern that AI is going to take away programmer jobs and generate the frame of a web page and the general shell. Yeah. Say, generate an if loop that iterates over the content of this array. Yes. Perform a complicated task without any bugs. No. Hey there, Cactus. Welcome, welcome. We are testing our code here. We are making a Survivor style game. It's zoomed way out right now for testing purposes. And we're spawning way too many creatures per spawn blip for testing purposes. But if you look at those boxes with red edges, that's about the size of a 1920 by 1080 screen. Normally. Yes, we are making a game, Two Worlds. We're using Godot engine. For those that might be confused, I am streaming to 3 different streams at once. So if you see somebody talk, or if you hear me answering somebody that you can't see in chat, that's why. Okay. We've got spawning. Now we need to consider the position of the edge zones. I think we can move the edge zones further out. So let's shift them so that they are a full screen and a half away from the player. The edge of the zone is a full screen and a half. So that should mean they are 2 screens away from the player. Okie dokie. Let's do that. So we go into 2D view. Each of these is the edge zone. We will need to expand them horizontally and vertically, but that's okay. So this is a full screen. So this is, it's 1 full screen from the player. Let's put it 2. Where are you hiding? There we go. That is... Oh, okay, yeah. Because that's half and another half. That doesn't make sense, does it? Oh, we need to put the edge that far away. So we need to go another 50%. Yes. So we're already 2. 1 full screen, 2 full screens. Now we're going to do 3. Should be 5760. Oh, no. That's, we want the transform. Oh, where is it hiding? There we go. Minus 5760. Yeah. Plus 5760. And then 3240. Okay. So then our width is 40. That's height. Width is another screen on both sides. Oh, math. We need to worry about that. Better safe than sorry. So we're going to do... Top one needs to be wider, and it is currently... be 1, 2, 3 screens out. Left and right. So it should be 6 screens out. 1540... 15,520, right? Not quite. Thanks. Doing some math. Doesn't seem right. Hey there, Ghost. Welcome. What did I mess up? Where am I mathing wrong? 11, 12. 520? No. Should be 3 then. let's narrow these down to one screen wide, since they're so far away now. These one screen tall. That will help with the math, I think. Okay, so then let's put them 3 screens away from center. Let's try that. $57.60. Okay, there are currently 3 screens away on each side. The center of the edge zone is 3 screens away on each side. Which should mean that the width, so should be 7. Okay, let's try that. And doing math in my head and failing. 1,640. No, that's the other way. It's less that way. And it should be... How far away is it? This one is 57.60, so that's 3 times on each position from 0. So it's at least 11,520. Like that. Okay. And then we're going to add 1920 to that. We're going to do an extra screen total. $13,440. Yes. Okay. Okay, then 60. How are we doing, Ghost? Okay, so now we should have less trouble with things spawning and hitting the kill zone. So they spawn off camera from us. You're living an awful long way. Okay, we need to adjust the distance that they live. Okay, so that's 5760 is the X change, and 3240. So when it initially spawned, they snapped closer. Let's make sure that that's working properly. No, that should be working. Let's make the player a lot faster for a moment. We have a lot of this stuff that we still need to adjust here. We can clean this up. Movement direction. It's 96 times delta. So let's just do... Let's do twice that fast. 96 is the width of a square. See how long it takes for them to be pulled out. Not being pulled out at all. Why did that stop working? Oh, no, there they go. I don't know. Maybe that's too far to let them live. Let's look at the map again. So this is the spawn region. I think we can pull these in. We're 2 full screens to the edge. Then we should get 2.5 to be reasonable. So... $38.40. Then $9.60 further. Negative $4.80. Yeah. Two in plus half, so that should be 2160. $27. It's 540, 70, 20. That's it. Uh, 6,480, which is more than 5 times. Is it 6 times? Yes, so it's 6 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. Oh. $11, $5.20. Math in our head. I don't actually need to contract them to that overlap, and I could have them be much bigger, but shouldn't really be a problem. Welcome back, cats. Welcome back. Okay. 1, 2. Right here, and they should be getting deleted up to this point. Yeah, okay, that's working. So this is our border zone. What we could have is if they hit the border zone, we throw them back to the other side. So if they hit this border zone, they appear over here. Sammy likes that spot. Sammy doesn't frequently snuggle up with another cat. I have occasionally seen her get up in the cat tree with Sky, but I think it's more that she wanted to be up in the cat tree, not that she wanted to be laying next to Sky. Like similar, Mason and Sherbet don't really actively snuggle up. Sherbet used to try to snuggle up to Sky because he sort of grafted onto Sky since Sky was really nice to him when I initially adopted him. So he would follow Sky around, and Sky would snuggle with him, but after a while you could tell Sky was getting irritated at having a little limpet stuck to him constantly. So after a while he would get annoyed and, like, you know, run off or drive Sherbet away. Not like indefinitely, but, you know, I've had enough. Go do something on your own. Really, it's Sky and Ember that are still, like, the comfiest. They are my two oldest cats right now, as far as they've been together the longest. I don't like MC. What do you mean? Oh, Minecraft. I don't like Minecraft. I don't like vanilla Minecraft much. Whenever I would play, there is a battery of mods that I would like to use. But I feel like there's a lot of elements of Minecraft that I don't like the design mentality behind. There's a lot of thought processes that Notch had that I don't agree with as far as enjoyability. That said, it's, you know, hey, they made they kicked off the game. They made the decisions. But I don't like some of the decisions they made as far as gameplay. That's right. That's what I changed the name of Glowstone, not because I don't like Minecraft, but I don't feel like the names were suitable. They didn't feel like names to me. It felt like the kids just wanted to put Minecraft names on cats, and they just looked at their color and said, like, oh, let's come up with a Minecraft name we haven't used. Which, you know, Sammy is a name. Mason is a name. Sherbet is a name. It is something that they looked at them and said, hey, let's call them that because they remind me of this thing. Like I said, it didn't feel like a name, so I didn't like it. Like, a cat could be named Spaghetti, and if it felt like there was some sort of plausible reason it was called Spaghetti, then I wouldn't mind. Like, if I could look at the cat and say, Spaghetti seems like a name for this cat, then fine. The cat be called Spaghetti, and I would keep the name. And for some pets, it doesn't matter what you call them. But like Ember in particular, I pay attention to that because she recognizes at least the sound that I use to refer to her. If somebody calls out Ember to her, that means, hey, if I run over to this person, they will pay attention to me. All right, we have that zone in place. Let's see. Another thing that we wanted to address was targeting. Yeah, I can see that. No, I don't, yell out Ember. And that's Ember with an E, not Amber. So it's Ember like a cooling coal in a fire, as opposed to amber like, the yellow fossilized tree sap. Nothing to be sorry of. A lot of people hear amber when I say Ember. It's a reasonable mistake. Hey there, Noba. Okaneki, the pig named Pork Chop, reminds me of the old Charlotte's Web story where they're trying to come up with a name for the pig to humanize it so that people won't, or at least words to spell in the spider web, so as people won't want to eat the pig. And one of them was like crunchy or something like that. No, people think of crunchy bacon. I can't recall if it was just an urban legend or not, but I believe in Japan, hospital staff, if not government staff, are more prone to intervene if a child is named something that they consider to be inappropriate. And the story goes that a pair of young parents who were diehard Pokemon fans tried to name their kid Pikachu. And I believe the hospital staff wouldn't let them. And that's, like, I get that sentiment. It's, yeah, you as parents might think it's a cool name, but that is a known name right now. It is something that has a connotation to it. And it's possible that the child is going to grow up in an environment where that is not a favored name. Like, that could get the child bullied. That could have the child be resentful in the future. That can happen with any name, but the fact that your reasoning for the name was, we want to give you a name that is from this media that we like, so that you remind us of this media, as opposed to, we give you a name that is a name for you that we drew from this media. Okay, collision zones. Let's look at targeting. Now. So one of the things that we've got is that we've got movement. So we made a target thing. In our last coding stream, we made the target class, and then we completely got derailed and didn't return to it. The reason that I wanted to make a target class is that some movement patterns don't care about a target object. They care about a direction to move in. I have no plans to have, like, children in that sense. People can call the other nanotypes whatever they want. Alternately, the nanotypes can call themselves whatever they want. But I have no intention to have a child to name. And if we consider it in terms of a cat that I would adopt, then I would name them. I would either keep whatever name they have from the shelter, or I would try to pick something that was visually relevant. I've often been satisfied with shelter names. The big burly tuxedo that I had previously was named Rorschach because he had a very irregular black and white pattern on his face. So, you know, Rorschach test. And I would look at that and say, oh, I get that. I see why they're calling them that. With a lot of pets, it's reasonable to I find reasonable names to be visually descriptive names. You know, like if you only have one orange cat saying that their name is Orange Cat, or Orange, like that makes sense. Shelter names can be weird, but some shelter names are just the name the prior owner gave them before they hopefully encountered a situation where they could no longer care for the animal and put it in a shelter as opposed to just letting it go feral. Blank said that they were eating coffee and then they said they'd be right back. And I get that you would be drinking coffee or just saying that you are consuming coffee, you know, in a overly broad sense. But maybe they have to be right back because they were eating the mug and realized that that was not a great idea. I view it more, cats, as I respect the actual prior owner. With Ember, she was a kitten. It was a batch of kittens that they brought in. And they had to have names on them, so they put those names in there. But that cat has never really been called. That cat had really never been called that. Like, they did not grow up with that name, essentially. So under those circumstances, I feel like, oh, okay. The only exception to that were the Maine Coons, since they were originally purchased from a breeder that had a policy of socializing them for almost like a year before they would be adopted. So they had been actively called that name for a good while. It can be better to adopt a young cat, but there are some cats that are perfectly okay as, like, older cats. Like, they're chill even though they're like 14, you know, they're fine with a new environment. I would not do that because it would break my heart to have a cat that is old when I get it and that it then passes away. I would become immediately attached and then suffer. My favorite drink? I have two favored drinks. I like White Monster if I'm drinking energy drinks, and I like Diet Canada Dry Ginger Ale if I can't get a hold of the Pick and Save brand ginger ale. The sugar-free, yes, sugar-free across the board. Purple Monster is good. I don't drink the purple, like I think purple is an accurate term. You know, grape is a misnomer. It is purple flavored. Same with strawberry. It's the pink Monster, the strawberry-ish one, or the nominally strawberry one. The purple, those are good. Orange is good too. That actually tastes like orange juice. Oof, I don't like Original Monster at all. It's like I don't like Red Bull at all. The original energy drinks taste kind of what they're made of, and what they're made of tastes bad to me. Taurine and carnitine and the doses of caffeine, those kind of things, the base flavors of that is just bleh. All right, we have target object. Ah, my eyes. Yep. I remember when Captain Crunch, like when a lot of cereals essentially had a fiction associated with them. Most breakfast cereals and similar have mascots in the sense of an advertising mascot, like it's the cartoon character on the box. Some of them still have a bit of it, but it's really just the shell. So, you know, Lucky Charms still has a bit of the, you know, kids want the Lucky Charms, Frosted Flakes with Tony the Tiger stuff. But some of them had like extensive stories surrounding them, like heroes and villains and whatnot. Captain Crunch is one of those. Even like McDonald's. There used to be a whole stable of characters and a world that they existed in. I don't hate children, I just don't associate well with children. No, as long as we both keep to our own personal space, everything's going to be fine. How would I put this? I feel like the opinions of many children are prone to being over influenced by voices around them. And that's not surprising. That's how you form opinions, is the voices around you. But I mean in the sense of somebody told them that the sky was purple, and that person was super popular and they like that person. So they're going to say that the sky is purple because that was a cool thing that that guy said. Or, you know, I need this new product because this guy on the internet said that this was the cool new product, and you're not cool if you don't have it. So when I have a conversation with somebody that is in that mindset, I try to discuss the nuances and the background of what they are saying, what their motivations might be, that kind of thing. And if we have that conversation and they still like rationalize and say, yes, but I still like this because, and the because is not clearly because I don't care, I like what this person tells me to like, then I respect that opinion. If it is like, I still like it because this person told me and I don't respect you as much, then I won't respect the opinion. That kind of thing. Yes, anybody can influence children, but I hope if any children are influenced by my behaviors, that what they take away from it is rational thinking. To try to develop a pattern of healthy skepticism and structured thinking. So if you formulate an opinion, it's an opinion that you think through and actually believe. That you're not just believing exactly what somebody told you because they told you. Cousin walked in. I mean, I have robotic cat ears. Some people consider that to fall into the furry category. I have a high voltage power cord for a tail. Some might consider that furry. From a traditional anime style appearance, which most live 2D falls into, it is more Nekomimi than furry. Because this is apparently drift funk and or drift funk, and I like it. I like the ones where the vocals aren't very clear, if at all. But drift funk, I like it. The places that I frequently hear it are like gym bro, like weightlifting videos, and it's also like a very famous one is the Giga Chad theme, the music that is used for the theme of Giga Chad. I first encountered it in the parody videos called Harry Squatter, which were AI altered photos and videos of Harry Potter movie characters, but really swole. I try to keep my channel family friendly. Again, in stereotyped streamer VTuber terms, it's usually a say-so channel, but some themes and innuendo might leak in. So I can't guarantee that all of the themes and discussions will be entirely child-friendly. You know, there might be some nudge, nudge, wink, wink kind of commentary. I am unlikely to deviate from the kind of stuff that we're talking about if I have a co-host, if I have a collab, or if I have guests on the stream. I encourage them usually to, to stay within cleaner bounds, but that will still mean that, a little bit of profanity might slip in from folks, that kind of thing. So again, I can't guarantee that all the content will be super clean. It's kind of like if you've ever seen Maury Calliope streams, and some others, the bleeps don't always come through, kind of thing. Sometimes an F-bomb will slip out in those circumstances. Somehow I've managed to avoid that. control and discipline. Yeah, that's what it is. If I'm passionate about a particular type of design methodology or fiction off stream, well, then I can't guarantee. Hey there, Blue. Welcome, welcome. The kitty that you can currently see on the cat cam is Sammy. She is my little tuxedo. Get target correction. I used to be able to actually like touch type. Can't do that anymore. Well, I can't do that proficiently anymore, especially with the way my keyboard is laid out for streaming and for gaming. Hey there, Mafioso. If I recall how that is translated prior. I haven't translated that phrase that you just used, but I recall your handle. This is GD script. I assume that you're asking if this is C++. Very much not C++. Incredibly not C++. I feel like this is much more of like your scripting languages and behavior. You know, lives more in the territory of, you know, maybe Python. It's not as loosey-goosey as something like Lua, but, you know, JavaScript maybe? Kind of JavaScript? But it's called GD script. It's specific to the Godot engine. Okay, so we have a target object, and that target object can I set a get set? I thought there was a way to declare a getter setter. Let's see. As far as washroom, I have left Sky in a washroom because he won't leave. He likes to follow me into rooms that he can't get into. One of the back rooms, he isn't allowed to get into because he'll mess with stuff. He'll get in there and he'll get bored because there's nothing cool in there. It's just that he wasn't allowed in that room, and so he wants in there. It's not actually uncommon with cats to dislike closed doors because they want to know what's behind it. They want to explore whatever's in there. It doesn't mean that they actually care about what's in there. It could be a room that they've been in before. It just bothers them that they can't now. Like, it's not an option to them, so they're upset. Okay, can declare a get set. target. There. Okay, I can't specify a type. Why am I using Reddit? Because I am looking up an answer. What I wanted to know is, how do you format a getter setter? Getter setter is a boundary that you would set around a... Oh, well, it's kind of like a specific sort of interface for a variable on an object. So I have a target object or a target direction, and I only want them messed with through a particular set of functions. This is a little different because ideally what I would do is I would do export. But I can't do that because an object is not a resource node or enum. So I can't export it as an object that I could interact with it in the visual editor. So instead, I'll use getter setters on them, since I'm only going to be interacting with this in code anyway. Actually, though, let's do a quick test. Do I even need to do this? Okay, yeah, I didn't need to do that. Yes, nanotypes are waterproof. Assuming there isn't a breach in the nanocore, but there isn't a risk to the nanocore when it is exposed to water. Catbot Corporation disavows any sort of responsibility or liability if you should drink water that has come into contact with nanofluid. If you have drank water that has come into contact with nanofluid, you should probably contact poison control, or more ideally step in front of a window or step outside after calling Catbot Factory customer support, and we will be there to deal with you shortly. I don't need getter setters for this. Yeah, but you can't have a domestic robot around the house that can't get wet. Because, I mean, it's gonna happen. Okay, it has a target object. So then in movement, this is a target. So then other code should be breaking here. We're going to have to deal with this. Yeah, we can actually do that in here. We can do that in here now. We can use this. This we want to use. We don't need a variable for this. We can do a paired return. It's ugly, but it's valid. Get object. Do that in movement. Okay, this is actually useful to us. This is useful to us because we have to do this anytime we're dealing with a target, because this represents a entity in the world. If we try to interact with an entity in the world, like we stored a reference to an entity in the world, then if we try to interact with it subsequently at all, if it's referenced in code, in active code, it fails. So we have to check if the instance is valid first. If it is, we can interact with the target object. Otherwise, else we set target object equal to null. Oh, okay, no, we can clean this up. Target object. If not, return target object. Okay. No, target object is equal to null. 1 second. So the mic problem, I think I fixed it. What I ended up doing is doing a clean reinstall of the graphics drivers and then a reinstall of NVIDIA Broadcast. My error logs were showing some errors associated with those two things, and some folks have had success doing those clean reinstalls. It seems like that is no longer generating errors. Welcome back, Limitless. Welcome back. I saw some of your comments on the live stream as well. To value. What happened was, I think, what happened is that there was a particular NVIDIA library had an error, and that error could result in the library claiming that it recovered from the error. And if that happened, what would happen in NVIDIA Broadcast is that it would lose connection with the microphone. And I would have to essentially either restart NVIDIA Broadcast or change the setting for the microphone kind of on and off so that it would recognize it again. In either way, what would happen is there was an error, it did something and said it recovered, but it didn't fully, so it would disconnect the microphone from the program. It doesn't seem to be generating those errors anymore, so fingers crossed. And thank you, Limitless. I appreciate that. Don't think we need to mess with target direction. If it's null, it's null. I'm gonna force it to be null. I would be annoyed if the streaming PC crashed. Potentially a little angry, irritated into angry that it happened. That is part of the reason that that what you're seeing here is separate from what you're seeing on the rest of the screen. Under 5 if that happened. Because it would be an inconvenience. It would be annoying. But if it... that's the nice thing, is no, it wouldn't. As long as it was a crash, like OBS fully crashed or something like that, or I had to reboot my main computer, I would go silent for a while if I had to reboot the main computer. The screen would freeze if something went wrong with the streaming computer. But assuming the stream doesn't actually get ended because I end the stream, then it is recoverable on YouTube. Again, it is one of the reasons that I have everything separated, and it's why I use scheduled streams on YouTube. Because it is recoverable. And we're about half an hour into our normal starting time. Okay. So part of the problem here is that we want to be able to have a direction. But we want it to be... Oh, okay, no, this is fine. If target direction is 0, if it's 0, 0, we don't have a direction. Yeah, we're a little over 3 hours in. Just a good reminder that I should drink something. Sammy isn't terribly prone to loafing. She tends to be more stretched out or kind of bageled. Sky sometimes loafs. Sometimes I take a break about every hour. If I'm engaged enough, that won't be a problem. But, you know, I do not resent the reminder. It is a reasonable standard streaming audience thing to say, is remember to hydrate. Well, she is very sweet, cats. Okay, so we have a target. Go into movement. We call get target internal, and that's for every movement template we call get target. So then we go into a movement template, and it says get target as an object, but we want target. So then we have to go into each type of movement template. For those that are not that were not here when we set them up, movement templates are essentially behaviors for projectiles. So, for example, the purple bullets use to random mob. It will select a random enemy creature from the pool of existing ones, and it will target the projectile at them, but it does not home in on them once it's fired. It just fires in that direction. Whereas track player is what the blobs use, and the blobs will constantly kind of change direction to move towards the player. Well, thank you, Limitless. I appreciate the compliment. Imposter syndrome requires that I deny it in my head, but I do acknowledge and appreciate the compliment. Target. So shouldn't do this. Yeah, this needs to change. This will just target. If there is no target on stream, no. Even off stream, no. It just takes time, Limitless. It takes time. It is a common mistake to make in the content creation sphere. One, that popularity is a skyrocketing thing. If you go viral and you get a lot of active followers that stick around, hey, congratulations, great. That's lovely. But you don't assume that. You don't assume that. You stick with it. One of the reasons that I mentioned Iron Mouse when I was asked whether which VTubers, which streamers that I liked, and I mentioned that Iron Mouse was inspirational in a couple of ways. One is what she's dealt with in her life. That is very inspirational. It's in a lot of ways. But the other is her streaming career. Iron Mouse spent 3 years in relative obscurity streaming. And then it started to pick up. And that's always a possibility. Streaming, when you try to go from hobby to like profession, that's where the ecosystem changes, and you have to start looking at how you produce things and what your audience is. And as you're doing that, you're looking at steady growth. You want to have a steady buildup of people that like to see your content and return to it. Do not get frustrated that you're not an overnight success. Just keep at it. Do I like anyone? I have friends. I'm not really into relationships, as you're probably thinking. I have not yet, Lunar. I have not yet. We're still in the structural sense, but different levels of popular resistance I think is a goal in the current model. It's something that I've kind of learned about myself more and more recently is the more I think back on life, the more I've realized for myself that I'm fine with friendship between people. I feel like that's a really good place. That's a place in a relationship that I'm really comfortable in. And going further than that has not been, it hasn't really resulted in something that I've been happy with. This is along the lines, Cats, of me answering the question in a way that doesn't that I don't feel has a. No, this is answering the question. I don't recall you asking about a intimate relationship or significant other. That's fine, Lunar. That's fine. Yes, Limitless? I'm sorry, Cats. I don't recall. I recall you pressing me on other personal questions, and that's where the scolding came. Please do not take this personally. That goes for everybody, pretty much, is I'm willing to answer some questions, respect it if at the time I say that's too personal. Try to avoid personal questions in that vein. Well, now you have the answer to the question. If there's no target object, how are we going to do this? Now, we'll air it out if the target is null. If target is null. We should never be passing a null target. If there is no target object, then we're going to set target object equal to global node. Okay. I acknowledge your feelings on the front. Do I trust my viewers? I appreciate my viewers. I am happy to interact with my viewers. But do I trust... there are some viewers that I trust because I will have built a... I trust to some degrees. But trust is something that is built up over time and through interaction. And the casual conversational interactions that I have on stream are definitely not going to be enough to build, I think, the kind of trust that you're thinking. No. These are not leave now scenarios. I will make it clear if you have crossed such a severe line by removing you from the channel. Nobody has done that. Worst case, I've had to remind folks that, you know, effectively no means no. Like I said, if I wanted somebody to leave, I have tools to make them leave instantly. Nobody talking right now has crossed that sort of line at this time. So if you're still here chatting, and I'm still answering you, I don't want you to leave. So again, folks, the basic rule is if I don't answer the question or I answer with a lore answer, that means that's the answer you're going to get. Or if I say I don't want to answer the question or give you some information, assume that that's the answer that you're going to get. I may volunteer that, but I may volunteer the information in the future, or somebody else might ask me the question and I may answer in some fashion. Please do not take offense at that. It's something that we do. Cam, yeah, sure. Let's see, we got Ember, we got Sammy. We technically have Sherbet. He's hard to see, but if you look at the cat tree next to a window, he is in the little house looking out the window. He has a lot of white on him, so sometimes he's kind of camouflaged, but he's actually like leaning out of the hutch, so a little easier to see this time. We don't get to focus on this camera often, so let's put it there. Okay. If there is no target object set, we will set it to the player, and we'll pass target along. Otherwise, as far as track player is concerned, it doesn't care about the target object. I cannot zoom with these cameras. If you're interested in the way that these cameras work, these are pan and tilt cameras. Like, I can make them rotate around or tilt around. I only do that offline. But otherwise, they're fixed in place. Like, I don't want them moving. The difference between a camera that can zoom, that can optically zoom on remote command, is several hundred to thousands of dollars in difference to the ones that I've got. Digital zoom is something that I can do with them, but again, that's fiddly, and I generally do it offline. Did he leave? He left. He was aware that we were speaking of him. Oh, no, he's still there. What's he looking at? So he's looking in the general direction of where Sammy is. Welcome back, Limitless. Welcome back. Is he looking at? It's definitely possible that he's seeing something out the window now and again. It's getting warmer out. The critters are starting to show themselves, which definitely interests the cats. All right, we're gonna keep the camera on him for now. He may ditch us again later. Okay. Random mob. Third and fourth camera. Let's see. Okay. So for the short form view, the third and fourth cameras, the third one is right next to my mouse, my computer mouse. The fourth camera is over on a shelf. Fourth camera is one of the ones I'm considering moving because while we occasionally do get Ember or Sammy over there, it is rare. In that same way, the second camera is on a table next to me, and we don't often get a cat there. That's fine, Limitless. Donation and patronage are things that I like to remind people. It's something that you need to want to do, and it needs to be something within your means. If you don't have the ability or resources to do so, don't feel bad about it. Sometimes people feel obligated to spend money on somebody, and it is to the detriment of themselves, and I would say don't do that. One can definitely hope there, Limitless. Movement objects templates have that? Get target and get direction. We ever use those? Only movement should interact with movement templates. Movement templates have get target. Target updates itself. Okay. We don't need to get target internal. We don't need this anymore. Because we've mitigated the risk of that. Now, both of those games are very Valorant and Modern Warfare 3. If I recall, there's a lot of advertisements of cosmetics and the like. And that's if you want to put the money into that, you put the money into that. Thank you. Definitely definitely needed that. Just a moment. About that. Let's see. If it's $500 to $1,000 over a protracted period of time, like multiple years, or even, let's be even let's say a year, then that's an indication that that's something that you're spending a noticeable amount of money on each period of time. That's like, let's say that's like 5 streaming service subscriptions. If you're looking at $500 to $1,000 yearly. If it's more frequent than that, check here. Yeah, I can see all your comments. So, cats, there is a term in the gaming industry, and it's also in things like casinos and the like, and it's called being a whale. So, online games like that have microtransactions. I don't know if you know this or not, but, information time. Games that have microtransactions in the like, they're pleased when everybody spends some money on it. But they know that not everybody is gonna. Things like, your Clash of Clans and whatnot, they don't assume that everybody is gonna spend money on it. In fact, they know that everybody is not gonna spend money on it. But what they're aiming for, what they want to get, is a few people to spend a lot of money on it. Sometimes an unhealthy amount of money for that person. Circumstances vary. For example, when Diablo 4 was released, there were a lot of streamers that made a big deal of saying, like, I'm going to spend $10,000 on loot boxes and see what I got. And it was this big production of them doing that. And that sort of behavior is what those companies bank on. That's how they make their money, is people that do that. And it's not just streamers. Way back in the day, there was a player of a Korean MMO. I think it was a Korean MMO. It might have been Japanese, but anyway. All right, thanks for joining us while you could, Limitless. I do like Pirate Software. Some of the streaming advice that he has given has not been technically accurate, but I really like his content. Like, his discussions and whatnot are cool, and he knows a lot about some things that I don't know about, and I like hearing it. As I at? Oh, it was a. There we go. It was like a Korean MMO or something, and it had the equivalent of loot boxes. Effectively, you didn't buy a treasure box and get an item or a skin or something like that. What you would do is you buy a key, and you can use that key on boxes that were up to a particular value. Same thing in the end, but they spent hundreds of, like, over $10,000 or something like that within a given session or within a year. They pretty much bankrupted themselves doing it. And that's the concept of them essentially hunting whales. That's what they're looking to do, is they get some people that spend too much money on it for themselves. They spend too much money beyond their means, and that's how those companies make a lot of money. Let's see. So you mentioned GTA Online. I played that a little bit. It got dull after a while. Like, I wasn't in, I didn't want to play it for, like, I'm going to role play server kind of stuff. And the actual game got dull after a while to me. Like, there just wasn't anything to do. CSGO. I haven't played CSGO. I played Counter-Strike back in the day when it was a Half-Life mod. I have played the GTA games in the past for storyline purposes, and it wasn't really my thing, you know? Hi, George. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome. CSGO 2. No experience with that. My only experience with Counter-Strike was back when it was a mod. There's still a lot of things that are very much the same. Just, it's more of a encapsulated product. Okay, so we have get target. We have set target. Have move. Templates have a get target, get direction. What games do I play? Varies by time. On stream, most recently it has been the Ace Attorney games. I occasionally try some other things, but a lot of folks just don't like to watch them on my stream. Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Oh, off stream? Right now I play Helldivers and Dragon's Dogma 2. Before Dragon's Dogma 2 dropped, I was playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Genres I like other than that, I like some idle games. There needs to be something more engaging than just sitting there watching the meters. but idle games can be fun. Tower defense games. I have a bunch of games that are nonograms. It's a type of puzzle. I have played the nonograms on stream. They are very much just almost purely chat streams and me muttering numbers. Yep. There we go. Okay, so the whole get targets, get direction thing is... It's not get direction. It doesn't care about direction. And get target should return a target. All right, so let's go back into our movement templates here. Movement can set target, but why would a movement object need to set target? I have played God of War. You know, I played the original God of War games. They were serviceable action RPGs. Serviceable. You know, a little bit of, well, a whole lot of shock value was added to them. It will. It will. You know, we got a couple more hours to go. Let's see. I played God of War Ragnarok. God of War Ragnarok was fun. I don't think I ever finished it. A common thing I have with RPGs, especially the more open world they are, is I get wrapped up in doing all of the things and leveling the characters more than I get wrapped up in potentially the story. Welcome back, Limitless. Welcome back. I don't know what that one is, Cats. The RAJI. Don't recognize it. Why does it need to set target? Let's remove set target. Go to spawner. Close our documents here. Ears to Fathom. Ears to Fathom sounds familiar, but it's not. I'm not really recognizing it. Okay, why do I need a movement target here? Depends movement template. We say get target, but I could just do that in move. Yeah. That'll just happen in move. If it doesn't have a target, it's going to iterate on targets and get them. Rocco's Pizza. I think I've had some of that before. They do a lot of deep dish, don't they? And I do like waffles, Limitless. I prefer pancakes. What do you put on your pancakes? Or waffles? What do you put on your waffles or pancakes? Okay. So we said it's movement. We call movement up. If we go into a movement, And at the beginning of move, we call get target. You don't need an external get target. Yeah. If target null. I like pancakes because it's softer, you know. I'm not the extra crisp surfaces that you get on waffles are not like a it's not a selling point, you know. That is Sammy on camera. Well, Kevo, a standard domestic robot, doesn't really ask the question of right or wrong. It just does what it's told to do by its owners and actively seeks not to harm people. No, it's totally an Isaac Asimov, like, 3 rules thing. That definitely works. If you get a look at Sky, if he's closer on camera one of these times, his fur is much longer and he's gray, not black. Okay, target won't equal null, will it? Let's do this. If target is null, we're going to call get target and okay, target is now specified as a target, and then subsequently it will populate it. They would. Yes. A hypothetical intelligent target would know, robot would have an idea, would have a concept of right and wrong. Though I would assert that right and wrong is subjective. If you're wondering who's sub to you, you can see listings of people that have their subs be public that have sub to you. Like you'll have a on your channel dashboard, you'll have that. But that is a setting in your YouTube account, is whether people can see what you're subbed to. It looks like you might have a bit of a delay, Limitless. Assume with this live stream that there's upwards of a 15-second delay. So it may take me some time to notice that you've asked a question, and then from your perspective to answer it. Hello, Sky. It varies, cats. I have the stream set to the lowest possible latency, but it varies person to person on their connection. Sometimes you won't get the stream as fast as it could be. So, fully answering the question, what question did you ask? I saw that you asked, can you see who's subscribed to you and how do you do that? And I said, yes. And you do that by looking at your YouTube dashboard. And if the person has configured their account to make their subscriptions public, then you can see a list. She is stretched out towards the end of the bed. We don't really need a return type on get target. There's no reason to do a return call. Because we just call get a target. And the movement object doesn't care about the target from then on. Right? Yeah, it calls move with the target. Any subsequent movement templates that are added to the movement collection will have move called on them with the new target. So if they don't have a target, they can preserve it. Okay, that makes sense. Sammy is one of the two that really doesn't like to have her claws trimmed. Sammy will start to get frightened if you try to hold her still to trim her paws. Her claws. So I only do it very infrequently with her, and I have to be sufficiently sneaky about the process of starting it, because if she thinks I'm going to try, she'll make a break for it. Sherbet, I haven't even been able to. I bring that up because giving Sammy a high five would be a risky venture. She has full-on murder mitts most of the time. Yes. Okay. So then we can go back into movement templates. Have track player movement. Doesn't care about the target. When you get target on it, if the target object is not set, it will set it. It doesn't care about direction. Okay. To random mob, we don't care about get direction. Get direction is not a thing. And movement templates do have a get target. Yes. But they don't need to change direction. So there is a Netflix. I think somebody asked about Crunchyroll, whether it was a worthwhile investment. If you like a lot of anime and you want to get the updated versions of it, Crunchyroll is a good source. There are other streaming platforms that are the only sources of some of them, but I would really consider Crunchyroll to be where you go first to look and see if they have stuff that you want to watch. And they do have a lot. Especially with Funimation's streaming service going away. And on Netflix, Kebo, there is a series called Love, Death, and Robots. And it's hit or miss, like what's in it. Very hit or miss. And of all kinds of qualities. It's like a variety thing. Each episode is completely different, and the gimmick is that every one of them will cover one or two of the themes of Love, Death, and Robots. Usually two, at least two of the themes of Love, Death, and Robots. The one I like the most is one that follows three robots walking around in a post-human Earth. So this is after an apocalypse kind of scenario. Something led to all humans dying. And one of the instigating events that they mention, like towards the end, they mention is humans bioengineering cats to give them opposable thumbs was one of the things that was the beginning of the end. If you like to watch a lot of anime, in general, Crunchyroll is probably a good investment. A lot of the big new anime are simulcast onto Crunchyroll. It's not only anime, there are some other things, but Crunchyroll is primarily anime. What was I think it's on Crunchyroll. What is it called? I think it's Thunderbird Fantasy or something like that. It is not anime. What it is live action puppeteering. Like really high quality puppets and really high quality sets, special effects, that kind of thing. It's amazing. It is like a wire fighting high fantasy kung fu movie kind of thing, but with puppets. It's Thunderbird or Thunderbolt Fantasy. I think it's on Crunchyroll. I think it might be Thunderbolt Fantasy. And there are a couple of spin-off series that the same group did, but it is full-on high quality, high fantasy kind of kung fu movie stuff that is done using puppets. Like marionette, full puppeteered stuff. So the kind of thing that you would see Muppets done with, but they're smaller articulated puppets. And Limitless, I like some anime. It's limited to what I find that I really want to watch. Most of the stuff that I'm into right now, I read the manga of. I'm behind on One Piece. I haven't finished any of the manga that ends the Wano arc. Hey there, Clayton. Welcome. And I know they're starting another arc. I don't know if it's in the US yet, but they're starting another arc. I read the light novels of some. Like, I'll only read the light novel of Overlord. I haven't checked the manga, but I don't see a big reason to. The anime is, in my opinion, terrible compared to the light novel. They butcher a lot of stuff. The animation isn't great. They cut plot points and details way short. You miss a whole lot of the nuance and the quality of Overlord if you aren't reading the light novel. And maybe the manga, but I don't trust it at that point. Okay, so we have get target. That should be all we need in movement template. So in track player, we have a get target and a move. In random mob, we don't need a change direction. Don't care about mob body. We only care about movement direction. Okay, and it's get target on target. Doesn't matter. If that has to be a target. Target object is null. Then target direction is equal to movement direction. Las Vegas. Ah. Haven't encountered anybody there. Let's see. One Piece, Bleach, Dragon Ball. I haven't heard of Blue Lock, but I've heard of the others. I like... The original Dragon Ball was okay. There are a lot of issues with it in that it's very clearly, like, I'm sorry, it's heavily derived from the Journey to the West story. But one of the things I like about it is it's much more of a story about, I'm sorry, when there is combat, it's much more about fighting. So you do see more details in some of the movement, in some of the individual actions. And they're also more consistent about how things work. Like, Energy Laser X does what Energy Laser X does, and it doesn't change. If it gets stronger, it is demonstrated to be strong in a particular way. Dragon Ball Z starts out doing that. Like, things work how they're supposed to work. And through the Saiyan arc, and I would be generous and say through the Namek arc, that continues to be true. But after that, the wheels come off. How Kaioken works, how Kamehameha works, all of those things change wildly moment to moment. Look, is a soccer anime. Okay. I know sports anime is a whole genre. I've never been into it, but it's interesting to me that, like, that's a genre. Well, I appreciate that, Cats. One of the things... So you mentioned a game called Parasocial. The name of that game is a term. That means something. And what that refers to is a tendency for individuals to start to develop in their mind a relationship with say, like a streamer or a celebrity or something like that, where they consider them a friend or an intimate friend. And it's often when it really starts to get further down that road that it can start to be unhealthy for folks. So I appreciate that you get that impression, and not necessarily speaking to you directly, but that's something that I would encourage folks to look at is I am trying to be friendly and entertaining to you, but that doesn't mean that we're necessarily building a personal relationship. Right. That's the scenario. Is I'm somebody online that you like to watch and that you find entertaining. And that's a good way to view the relationship. Okay. If we don't have a movement direction, if we do have a movement direction that is saved into this, then what we're going to do is we're going to see if target object to target direction. If there's not a target direction set. Oh, no. Okay. If there isn't target object at all, and target direction. and not target direction. It might be just you, Limitless. Let me double check my feed here. Yeah, it's probably just on your side. You might need to refresh. Okay. All right, I gotta think about this logic here. So this is, we don't have a direction for this projectile to keep moving in. So that means we have to get one. So let's make a new if block so I can fully think this out. Target direction, then movement direction is equal to target direction. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes it might, YouTube app might misbehave on a phone. Additionally, I have encountered circumstances where when I'm watching or when other people are watching, it stops being live. As in, you're watching the past. So when you type, you're typing into the stream that is happening right now, but you're watching the stream from maybe like 5 minutes ago. And I've seen people that do get confused because I completely don't react to what they might be saying, and then later in the stream they see me reacting to what they said. I mean, it's not bad, Cats. I have in the past streamed for very long periods of time. I don't intend to stream this long constantly, but every now and then I'll do longer streams when I have the option. It can get uncomfortable and beverage. It can strain the throat a bit. Okay, so a live stream is like what you're watching right now. I am like right now I am doing stuff, like my mouse is moving right now. A premiere is where you take a video. So, I pre-record something, and then I upload it and set it to be a premiere. And when it's a premiere, at that particular time, it becomes available and you can watch it live. Like, it will play as if it started at that particular time. Ah, okay, sorry. I read it as if it was a question. I did not realize. Okay, so it has a target direction. We just get the target direction. If it doesn't have a target direction, else, if target object is not null, then we're going to do this. Oh, that would definitely be a problem. Limitless 2% is almost effectively 0. You have very little time. This should be up in get target. Get target should always be called before move. There's a object that controls that. I mean, to be fair, you said what the emote was, and then you put the emote there, so it still works, I guess. Target does not equal else. Can put a pass here. Okay, so move is in body to move. Okay. Okay. That's in get target, but it needs... Get target would need body to move too. Ember might have passed through, but we have Sherbet and Sammy there. Yeah. They need body to move. Like, this works because it doesn't care about getting the direction here. But we need to be able to set that. Sherbet is doing that stretch one leg super far while he's giving himself a bath there. Okay. We're going to start passing body to move into get target. We need to do that. And then we go into movement template. And we call get target there. Nanotypes don't need to do that, no. they will eventually need to recharge, and given enough time, they might have to be returned. They might have to be taken back to the catbot factory or a appropriate service location in order to be checked up. Kind of like an oil change kind of scenario, you know? And it took me a moment, but thanks for joining us, Limitless. Catbots need regular maintenance. Eventually. Okay, so then we're also going to need... You don't really need straight at player anymore. You know what? We are just going to purge this one entirely. Same with projectile red here. Clean it up. Clean it up. Okay, so this one doesn't care about body to move. That's fine. Because it tracks the player. 2 random mob cares about body to move because it needs to target it. There's no cat butt visible, so, you know. So this is, we don't have a target direction, and we don't have a target object. So this is where we need to get a target object. I might go into... I wouldn't mind here assuming that a mob is targetable. Like, we shouldn't. In theory, I could get a mob that isn't targetable. So we're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep doing that. Okay, so we're going to try to get a target here. We go in and we say, find out how many creatures in global nodes dot mob pool type dot monster. So if there are monsters. Sky will occasionally do that, and that's sometimes a reason that I will initiate a break. Is that Sky wants food, or generally Sky wants food, and he'll start to be a nuisance if he wants food and he doesn't have enough of it. Yeah. Someday I might reinstitute play with the cats time. I actually have a fishing rod with a that instead of, like, a hook and lure, has a cat toy at the end of it. I don't usually do that because Mason and Sky try to take toys. Like, if they actually manage to catch the cat toy at the end of the line, they will try to walk away with it. They'll pull on it and try to keep it from everybody else. And it can be a hassle to disengage it. Additionally, it's kind of hard given my streaming setup for me to continue to chat with folks while I'm doing that. It puts me away from the microphone and the screen. Someday I might figure a workaround for that, but as it stands, not yet. Okay, so if there are creatures, we're going to get a random one of them. And F range. It's inclusive. Okay, we should be careful about this. It is inclusive, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. Okay, but we get a random mob from the list. We get the, whatever index that is from the pool of monsters. I figured out a way to actually get that information, so this is good. This is good. I can't enter it into the inspector, but in code I can refer to it by its enu. That will help. There are some good ones out there. There's one that cats really like, but I don't feel is safe, called a cat dancer. That is essentially a very springy metal wire that they put little cardboard things at the end of. What I don't like is that the cardboard things are essentially on a hook that is bent closed, but that still means that it's a hook. And cats like to jump at the end of it, so I don't like the idea of risking that they get hurt. But it would be possible to modify it to solve that problem. Like, dip the end in molten rubber kind of scenario, Maybe a lot of duct tape. The automated toys, they get bored with very quickly. Like, I've tried things like small motorized toys, but they tend to scare them or bore them. I have used some of the motorized ones, but the cats that like to try to run off with the toy at the end of the line, like they try to pull it off and run away with it, have a tendency to damage the automated toys. Because they'll grab it and try to haul it away or pull it off. Tom, my big old Maine Coon, would solve puzzle toys, and would deal with things like ball tracks and whatnot by pulling them apart. I don't know if it's a universal Maine Coon thing, but both of the ones that I owned had very dexterous paws. Like, they were really good at grabbing things and, like, pulling them and lifting them. Like, when Tom would eat kibble, he would actually, he could actually scoop some of it up into a paw and eat it that way. You know, not enough to, like, pick it up with a paw, but he could get it into his paw. I don't collect action figures. No. I have some plushies, but not many of them. Not like a collection, not like an overabundance. Is a mob body. I think get mob. Yeah, returns a mob. A mob body. Up. Okay, so we get a new target mob, and if it has that interface, then we do target object is equal to target mob. And okay, we need to factor that out. Target. I might make a global for this, but we'll see. Let's put a return 0 there so I can proceed slowly. So we'll have a body to move and a target. From is a vector 2. Who is a vector 2? Say direction to vector 2. Let's do that for now. Which one, Nico? The upper one or the lower one? This doesn't need to return. So movement direction is equal to this. Do is we can say from to get target direction. Call it on this. It's the to. It's the from. So we don't need to do this. We make the same call right here. Okay, so in the else case, this fires. So we don't have a target object already. We didn't have a movement direction. We don't have a target object. So if we get all the way we still don't have a target object. Okay, so this is where we're trying to set it. We did not get a target. We're still going to generate a direction. Right here. This is where we randomize it. No, well, that is one of the blankets that I have used as a winter blanket. It's not always that one. I have another one that's pretty much just like it. Going on 5 hours. Yeah, going on 5 hours. You know, upwards of an hour left. Okay. So then the end of this sequence right here, if not movement direction, then we need to do this logic. Get target should always be called before a move. Like it fundamentally is. I mean, some of my longest streams have been a single game. There have been streams where I effectively played Noida for quite a while. There have been streams where I rotated to a couple of different games over the course of it. We have greatly simplified that function. Okay, it's close enough to an hour mark. I'm going to be right back. Quick break, and then we will resume. Getting settled back in. All right. Hello, Ember. Ember has come to sit with me. She is deciding how much space she wants to take up. Sherbet went to get a drink. I laid out some kibble, which means after having some kibble, he needs a drink. Watching him drink, and he's licking right at the edge of the fountain's dish. Like right at the edge of it. All right, let's see here. This should work. This should work. Did I break it? Totally broke it. This is why I needed to have those there. Okay. Sherbet is a little fluff ball. Say his fur is kind of cottony. Not like coarse or anything like that, but it's like fuzzier. Okay, movement templates need get direction and change direction. I think I've seen memes that involve this Fortnite cat guy that you reference. Function, get direction. You what do we need? We need a change direction that takes a vector. All right, no worries there. I mean, if you can figure out a way to actually get a functional vote for a thing called a world leader that people would respect, then we can talk about your campaign. Okay, so then in movement template, do random mob. Get direction. We should be able to just copy this. Copy the signatures. There we go. Direction. Change direction too. Okay. Track player movement. Direction, so we don't need to declare it. We don't need to say whether it's 0 or not. If it's 0, then the time speed times delta won't do anything. Then we can do the same thing here. It doesn't care about change direction. It'll just pass on it. So we don't even need to implement that. Because tracking a player, even, well, no, actually. If the speed is high enough, then that will impact it. I might move movement direction up into here. Let's do that. So I'm moving it up into the parent class. There we go. In adjusting it. In the parent class. So this is the default, which means toRandomMob doesn't need this stuff. Because that's all uniform. When does the positioning come? Let's double check this. Okay, these keep moving as they want to move. The pattern only influences it once. So almost immediately, track player is going to ignore change direction. So it doesn't need a get direction. Remember what it was. There's a stereotypical politician line that was like an X in every Y and a Z on every A kind of thing. You know, it would be like a car in every job, every garage, and a steak on every plate. A phrase that was meant to be, I'll give you all the things that you want. It doesn't care about change direction either. Right? Gonna override it. It's just gonna pass. Since it explicitly doesn't do anything, we shouldn't set it. Ember getting her little Egyptian cat idol pose going. So the one that moved from one camera to another was Ember. Is there one in the play area? Oh, okay, I see him now. That's Sherbet laying there. Oh man, he's got something. Yeah, she's watching him. So in the play area camera, camera 6 if you're on the short form, lower left camera on the wide form, that Sherbet was just darting through. You can see there's like a blue panel. Oh, one moment. That blue panel is a treat puzzle. It hey there, Clayton, welcome back. He probably has one of the there's a little plush toy that Sherbet and Ember really like. But that blue panel is a sliding block puzzle. Under each of the panels is a treat bin, like a little depression for a treat. So to get to the treats, you have to slide the panels out of the way and find them. Suddenly congested. The only cat that can do that with any proficiency is Sherbet, and he can do it fast. It's not so much a cleverness thing, it's that he understands how the panels slide. The rest of them don't get it. Yep. Yeah, we've actually been doing a long stream tonight, Naruto. We started at 1:30. And hey there, Ethan, how is the new cat doing? Playing with something, but he's a little off camera. Let me see if I can get a... We'll use full cat cam here. Let me see, can I see what he's playing with? Okay, yeah, he has the little plush toy. There's a little soft toy. It's kind of pear-shaped and it's fluffy that Ember and Sherbet really like. Yeah, it's one of those essentially means cute kind of thing. Yeah, it's common usage. Like a lot of words like that, though, there's some nuance to it. There are a lot of terms where if you want to translate it, that's, it's one of those the closest kind of things. Ah, cool. Why did you name them after a Hawaiian island? Okay. Does it work? Does it work? not quite. Let's start it again. All right, the first scatter bolt is still wrong. Okay, this should be the first get target that gets called. Yeah, we're working on the game. Ah, okay, okay. Shelter names are often solid ones. Often. Taking a trip, Clayton, or just using that as like a, extended stay kind of thing? Vacation or extended work stay kind of thing. Okay, this should be the first get target that gets called. So then we don't have a target object and we don't have a target direction. Okay, so now we're going to try to find a mob. We don't. So we don't have a movement direction. We set the movement direction. And then we set the target's movement direction. Yes. Right there. And we didn't set the target object. Oh. No, that'll set it. Okay, no. I see what's going wrong. Okay. Ooh. Was it a gray or a white cat? This titanium? A silvery cat? Break speeds. Turn. Okay. Target direction is equal to that. All right. I think it's still not working. Yeah, still not working. Do I take game recommendations? On my Discord server, there is a board for that. I didn't notice the play on words that Kebo did until Naruto mentioned it. Get target, and we return target. Get target, return target. Looks like he's done. Or he chased it off camera. All right. All right, this should be the first one. So it doesn't have a direction. We try to get a mob. There is no mob. It has nothing like that. It gets a movement direction, which is randomized. It sets it in the target. So now target has a null object, but it has a movement direction. So now we come back around. Oh, but no. Why is target direction not there? Let's get target. It passes in target. And it sets target equal to the target that it gets each time. Oh. No, that shouldn't matter. But it's not null it. Let's try this. In that case, target is null. We can't not null it. All right, now they're not even moving. Now it's not even calling it. What did I break? Oh, target has to equal null. Hey there, Becca. What's going... Oh, one of our cat cams isn't working. We are trying to code our game. 6 cat bots? A lot. You would have to call a Catbot Factory retail location and inquire as to the cost in your area. Okay. Let's go into Target. Well, the catbots couldn't possibly be sentient, Kevo. That would be, then it would be unethical to put them into some sort of servitude scenario, and there might be risks involved if a sentient entity was put in a position like that, in a position where they might have opportunity to make decisions about the well-being of a person. That would be bad. So they're definitely not at all. And is set. Target object. Object. Equal null, or target direction. As bool. We can't disclose customer records like that. Oops. Okay, let me go into movement. If not, target is set. Why does it still not work? Any attempts to tamper with a catbot, or especially to expose or come into contact with the catbot's nanocore, would void the warranty. And we can't take... We cannot guarantee the health or safety of any individual that might attempt to do so. If you do so, you agree that it is on your own recognizance, and you accept responsibility for any medical fees or funeral costs that might ensue. Okay, so now we have 2 random mob. We should see this happen 3 times in a row. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to reload it. We're going to run it again. Yes, that here. Movement direction is set. Body to be another thing. Target has a movement direction. 9, 9, and 12. And now we look at target again, and there is no target direction. This is not supposed to happen. Well, catbots don't have any sort of military or harm potential to them, so it would be impossible to start an army. It's perfectly acceptable for a private citizen to own as many Catbot products as they'd like. Why is Target not coming back? Debug. Print debug. Object, target, duration. Huh? Oh. Huh. Actually, I have to put a breakpoint there. Okay, so we have a target 0.82, 0.56. And our target now that shouldn't be there yet. Oh, there's still a little bit of time, Conduct. We're going to put the breakpoint here. Okay, so heading into this, target is totally empty. We hit the next one, and we come in. It's totally empty. Then the next one, target is empty. Okay, let's try something different here. We're just gonna pass in target and see what happens, because we are updating the target each time. It's still broken. Do we have a way to clear the log here? Yeah. Weird icon. Alright, now it's going completely haywire. Pass in target. But is this being passed by reference? We're doing a coding stream, no? We are making a game. We're trying to figure out why this isn't working the way it's supposed to. That could potentially be troubling, Kebo. So let's clear that. Now we're just going to let this run for a moment. Three get target calls. All three of them had a null target and a different random target, a different random direction. This has got to be player ID 3457784 for that run. All right, for testing purposes, we're going to go into the games loop. Go in where we hardwire the spawners. Where did I put it? Spawner. Single blob spawner. So we're going to go to single blob spawner. There. And we're going to give it an interval of 30 seconds. That's not right. Okay, so the issue that we're running into right now is that the target object, like the changes aren't being conveyed, which is weird because we come out of get target on a movement type. Okay, so here's our problem. Calling movement move. Okay. So here's our problem. Here's where the scatter is breaking down. I set the body to move. I get it all connected up. We set up the movement templates. We attach it, and we set movement. The problem here is that the target of movement is not being propagated. This movement is not shared. For each object, a whole new movement is being created. So we can get target on a movement, but we can't set target. Add our movement templates and make sure turning target on get target. Yeah. Okay. Those should be lined up. So with movement, we need a set target. Target. New target. Then in the spawner logic, have full target. So they should all share a target once it's created. We need to do that so that they actually line up. Set value. It's all lined up. Target. We don't need a get set for this. The target is exposed. Wealth class citizen. Well, that takes some effort. All right. Target is equal to movement. Target. 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 Cat cams should be the same on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're looking at the short form of YouTube, then you will get different when I switch to the full cams view. So the widescreen of YouTube and Twitch use a 3x3 grid with me in the center. If you're on short form, you get a 2x4 set of cameras over top of me. Yeah, there are 3 streams going. Okay, did I break it? Yes. Okay, now only one of them is moving. Great. Iterate over all of them. Set it there, then we update the position. Right, so we come into this function when we're spawning. We are going to spawn 3 entities. Movement target. Oh. Just remove that. Clean it up. Can I explain the problem again? How long will it take the game to be finished? No idea. Problem right now is that we're trying to get the initial spread shot to actually still spread the way it's supposed to. So it should be in like a 60-degree spread. No, it's anyway, like that, about 30 degrees or something along those lines. But right now, if it doesn't have a target, it's supposed to pick a random direction for the base projectile. The purple bullets. The testing projectile that I'm using. Because they're a good test for relaying target around. And the problem seems to be that the target object isn't actually propagating properly. So I go in. It spawns. Now, it's spawning 3 bullets right now. So we have a count of 3. So we create the mob body. We set its pool type. we create the new movement. Now, movement has no target and no body to move at this point. If we check the target of movement, it has nothing. Now, we're going to set it, but this is also nothing. So we go in. This is our first target. We move in. We add the movement template, which is just one of them. We attach it to the object. We set movement to the body. Oh. This target is not... This is a new target. But that should be okay. That should be fine. So then I move. So then if I look at movement, I look at target, it now has a target. 94732. Now I move over it and I check target. 947 and 32. Okay, so I have a target object. So now I'm going to go back up to the top. Look at target again, 947 and 32. Okay, I set the movement object's target. Go in, I look at it. The target, 947, 32. So all of these should now have movement objects that have the right target. Getting the target set. So we're going to look at move next. I mean, such is coding, folks. Sometimes things don't work right. Okay, so this is our first move call. No changes here. Our second move call should be for the second bullet. So we should have... we should hit this one once. So we get target, because target is not set. Oh, wait. Let's... We're going to stop that. We're going to set you. This should only get called once. One. Okay, it is only being called once. That's good. That's good. Movement template move. Do any of the movement templates mess with it? Oh, it just moves based on its velocity. We're putting this here so that we have an operation we can do. So we're doing a internal get target for the first time. There's only one movement template. We have done this once, and now our target is populated, and we have 77, negative 63. It only called this once. Yeah. Then we call it again. Okay. Get target only happens once. This is good. All right. Yes. Okay. So we have a single movement template. We have a target that makes sense. And this exists in the movement object. Welcome back, Kebo. So then why is it not being set at all? Because if it's only being called once, we have a target. So we should get one in here. There. So we have a target, negative 82.57. We come in again. This is the second of the 3 projectiles. And we should have a target. That's the same thing. I confused myself. 66, negative 74. 66, negative 74. And 66, negative 74. So target does exist. And it hasn't changed each time. So why? Okay. For those that are unclear, here, we can zoom back in now. Camera. One. So these purple bubbles are supposed to move in a cone, kind of. There will be one forward and 2 about 30 degrees up. But we can see 1 is flying, 2 are holding still. That doesn't make any sense because the movement object's target is known. It skips this, so the subsequent ones definitely have a target, and it is the right target. Is something being deleted? All right, we are going to... Yeah, it's a spray of 3. It's fixed angle spray. It could be a spray of 20, but same problem is happening. All right. Okay, the second time we got in here, Doesn't make any sense. Okay, we come in. This one has a movement template. Has one entity in here. This is a movement object. It has a target, negative 5881. The next one will have this passed in. We'll go there in a moment. That's a good next spot. That's a good next spot to look. We come back in. Our movement object, our target, is the same target. Okay, so let's look at the move of two random mob. Wait a minute. Okay, it just calls move, it accepts a target, but it doesn't do anything with the template. So this is the move function that we're dealing with. This is the target object that's getting corrupted here. So we go in, we'll get the whole bracket here. Before we call move, our target here has gained negative 0.8, negative 99. We get into this function, and target has that. We get out here, target still has that. So now we jump to the next projectile. Target has the same thing. We get into the move function. And we don't care about target at this point. Nothing is happening to target here. Okay. So this is the fourth one. This should be another call. Still there. About movement direction lives in the parent object for a movement template. So two random mob is a child of a movement template, so movement direction lives there. And it's generated here. So when we call get target, which movement does one time, it iterates over them. Like, it should do this once. It should do this once right when it moves, like when it's created. There is like a fraction of a frame movement that happens to get the first direction. Ah, okay, Drew. Well, I mean, it's tricky. It would be very tricky to wrangle exactly how you're dealing with that. But, you know. So for two random mob, movement direction is really determined once. And it's right here. When we call the initial get target on a movement group, we will go through these steps. If I already have a target direction in the object that's being passed in, I'll use this. So, okay. We're probably going to wrap up in just a moment, but I want to see if I can noodle this out here. Okay, so we should get this once, and we should get this twice. Break that. Those led nowhere. That's going to cause a problem. Hey there, Star. You are getting a bit spammy. I want to refrain. Transfer well and clearly show that it's a switch from 3D to 2D. All right. Just a moment. Boop. They get to sit in a corner this time. This is very weird. This is very weird. Okay, so we call get target on each movement template. This should be getting called. Okay, this is the first one. Like, it has to go into get direction from target. The cat that's on the cat cam. Sorry, let me catch up here. The cat that's on the cat cam is Ember. She is almost universally there. She sits across from my keyboard. Star was being spammy, so we'll see if they behave, if they show up on a subsequent stream. Okay, so this is weird. Target has no target direction, so it should not enter this. And target has no target object, So it won't enter that one. It goes into this one. This there's no monsters on the field. So we are going to step into this. Movement direction gets set, and then target direction gets set. We look at movement direction, we've randomized it, and then we look at target, and target has a movement direction now. Dot normalized, by the way. Okay, so we did that. We unpause it. So then this happens again, but get target should have been called on each of these others. Why did it not? Oh. Okay. Here's our problem. Get target only gets called on the first entity. This first entity sets everything up. If get target isn't called on this, when it goes to move, it doesn't know where to move. There's our problem. It would definitely help. Having a visual indicator of which layer you're sitting on would help both from a tutorial perspective, but also from a debugging perspective to make it extra clear what's going on. That kind of thing can be distasteful in some settings. Okay. It's once we reach here, we can't do this. So okay. We are going to attempt this. All right, well, they're all moving in the same direction now. All right, well, it's getting better. So then... All right, well, hopefully we remember for next time, because we're gonna stop there. Okay. So we got some good chat in. It was nice, and it was mostly nice and cozy. Had at least a couple of folks come through that needed a bit of a bop on the noggin there. But ultimately we've got mob culling down. We've got the idea that once they leave a particular range, we have a series of barriers that will consume them. I don't have anything that would conflict with that. we may need some flags on things that say, if they leave the screen, have them re-enter the screen. For example, in Vampire Survivors, there are many of them that if you leave, as you push off the screen, more of them enter the screen, so the same general number of critters is preserved. That is an option. But in that same game, there will periodically be special things that spawn that don't obey the same rules, like a blob of bats will go flying by at an arbitrary angle across the screen. They don't respawn. Once that blob of bats fires, that's done for that instance. So those I wouldn't want to cycle and keep flying around, though it's technically an option. We'll see. So, thank you everybody for joining us. We did have an extra long stream tonight. This won't be necessarily common. I can't guarantee any amount of times that we will do this, but it does give us an opportunity to do some extra coding or similar. I hope everybody had a good time, and I will see you next time.